The Lindsay Clancy trial, day 14 of testimony, just on the other side of this. The question today, once again, is the Commonwealth done with their case in chief, and will they rest or will they march on?
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. This is the global phenomenon, bringing you the very best guests in all of true crime. This is week 2, really week 3, but day 14 of testimony in the Lindsay Clancy trial. It's been a while because we recessed Thursday in the afternoon, a little bit early, and today is Monday, August 17th at 8:56 in Plymouth, Massachusetts. I'm coming to you live from Miami Beach, Florida, and the Commonwealth has put on a monstrous case, and it is continuing today. The question is, does it end today or does it move forward? And it seems like from the beginning, but particularly in the last couple of days, this trial is captivating America, but not only America. We are a global phenomenon. I think it is captivating a world here because of the unusual circumstances. And if you don't know some of the particulars of this case, quite simply, back on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay Clancy sends her then ex-husband, who is now remarried, Patrick Clancy, out to run a couple of errands. She speaks to someone at CVS about the reason she was sending Patrick out there, which was to get a child form of Miralax or Pedialax, which is a stool softener to help with the child going potty. And then after that, asked Patrick to go to a restaurant called 3V. And Lindsay speaks to the person at the restaurant. Both testified to say she sounded fine. But it was in this less than 1 hour window where Lindsay Clancy apparently sees a window of opportunity and strangles the life out of her 3 young children, Cora 5, Dawson 3, and Callan 8 months, who survives for another couple of days before succumbing to the strangulation at the hands of his own mother, who used exercise bands, a different exercise band on each child. So the details are gruesome. And now across the world, across the United States, particularly here in the United States, and let us know, is this on the news? I already see Nairobi, I see Dorset, England, I see Norway in the chat. Is this story on the news in your countries? I'm curious about that. And special shout out to Norway because my son's one of his favorite soccer players is from there, Braut Holland. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But Erling Braut Holland, my son wears his jersey every day. And what's going on now here, at least in the States, it has become incredibly divided across lines where some people believe she undoubtedly belongs in prison for the rest of her life, maybe even with a worse punishment than life in prison, some are suggesting. The other part, the sort of pro-Lindsayers, the ones who are empathetic to her, feel like she should be in a psych hospital and she should stay there under medical care and a judge's decision about what to do. In terms of releasing her, if there's a point in time where she becomes better. But no matter which way you slice it, there is no good side to this story. Perhaps the only one that we can think of are some of the experts we've had on over the last couple of days. One is Teresa Toomey, who came on here and she experienced firsthand postpartum psychosis. If you've not seen that video, it's incredible insight into what goes on in the mind. I spoke to Dr. G over the weekend. Dr. G explains the prolific YouTuber who studies body language and behavior and is a forensic psychologist. And he has some very specific takes on this story. And we are going to get Dr. G on the show this week to discuss that. Uruguay is in the house. I took my son to see Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay in Helsinki, Finland. But let me know, is this story on the news in these countries across the world where you are checking in from? And that, of course, is why we are the global phenomenon. But what we learned on Thursday, and it seems like a lifetime ago, there was a Mass State Police officer on the stand, Kyle Paveo, and then another Massachusetts State Police officer named Timothy Chapini, and they were testifying to some of the searches, including one about psychosis. What is psychosis, essentially? So Lindsay Clancy was searching this and apparently knew she was in a state of I guess, disrepair. And that's one of the arguments, by the way, that, and I don't want to speak for him, that Dr. G made to me, is that it appears that she was aware, whether psychotic or not, she knew the difference between right or wrong because she was able to articulate it via these Google searches, asking what is psychosis? What are these other issues that she was suffering from? So you've got to wonder how hard this is going to be for the jury to figure this out. This week, we are, shout out to Michelle, and thank you for this. On your way in, please do smash that like button. Please subscribe. It goes so far, as my daughter says, it gets the algorithm chugging. I used to say that in the early days. I'm saying it again. It helps us so much just with a quick tap on the like button. We've also got an active Patreon page, and we're bringing you more and more videos under the video tab as we move forward in this year. And by the way, I'm headed to another trial at the end of August, beginning of September, and that is Shanna Gardner, and her criminal defense attorney is Casey Anthony's former criminal defense attorney, Jose Baez. That, if you have followed our Dan Markel coverage, that story is very similar. So Google Shanna, Shanna, Gardner, Gardner, and her still husband. It's confirmed she is still married to a new husband, Mario Fernandez Saldana, and his trial begins today with opening statements. So it is a busy time. Also, the Keefe D trial getting underway. And the murder of Tupac Shakur, which goes back 30 years. Our best guest, Phil Ramos, was at Tupac's autopsy. So the best guests have it covered. But right now, we are in Lindsay Clancy mode. Someone is asking, am I growling or am I dehydrated? Probably a combination of both, but I am also drinking coffee, and I've got my water here, so I will rehydrate as we go. Shaker Maker, I like the name. Rest in peace, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Again, I'm going to go to the bottom of the chat here. If you are from a foreign country like Australia, foreign to the United States, that is, home to you, let me know. In Australia, has there been coverage on the news of Lindsay Clancy? I'm curious. In Norway, has there been Lindsay Clancy on the news? Have they talked about this case? In Kenya, I believe Kenya was in the house. Has there been news of Lindsay Clancy? Some of the searches that Lindsay made that we discovered about on Thursday, again, search for psychosis, a search for Seroquel, which was an antipsychotic medication that she was on. Also, a search for insomnia. Frankfurt, Germany is in the house. Let me know. Is this story on the news? Switzerland says no, it is not on the news in Switzerland. That is my mom's one-time hometown, Lausanne, Switzerland. Shout out to Switzerland. Canada, no coverage here. Austria, no coverage. Finland, Canada is in the house. Sydney, Australia, no coverage there. However, a lot of people are talking about it, and this case will have ripple effects. Lest you think we are not a global phenomenon, you've got Kuwait and Greece back to back. So many amazing places are represented here in the STS chat. Nothing in Poland. Not on the news in Kenya. So there we go. We are getting firsthand accounts here. And it seems like news-wise, newsworthiness-wise, this is relegated to the United States. But I can tell you, because I was watching it, it is on every news outlet. It is on every cable news outlet. And there is a debate. One of the things that we learned, by the way, is that Patrick Clancy's family, for medical bills, they also have moved temporarily from Connecticut to Massachusetts, launched a GoFundMe page, or someone in Patrick Clancy's family, I believe. I think it's Patrick Clancy's family. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it might be, someone correct me in the chat. It's either Lindsay or Patrick's family. I think, because I saw the maiden name, which I am blanking on right now, that maybe it was Lindsay's family who launched this. Maybe they did it in tandem, but nonetheless, there's a GoFundMe now, and that has created a lot of division as well. Why are we raising money, some say, for a woman that murdered her 3 children? And that GoFundMe, the image of the GoFundMe is an artist rendition of Lindsay in a wheelchair in the center of a circle, surrounded by supportive and grieving mothers. And the question is, why is there not a representation, at least artistically, of the children in there, and or her ex-husband Patrick? So that incredibly polarizing when that news broke this weekend. So this is no doubt one of the more difficult cases we've done, but also one of the more fascinating cases that we have covered here at Surviving Survivor. There's a part of humanity where I think there's, this feeling that here's a mother. She was crying out for help. She was struggling. And so there's a empathetic side to all of us. We all have mothers, whether we love them or not, and we can all relate. And a lot of people feel some sort of simpatica with her and the difficulty she's having. And by the way, horrible news, which is usually what we deliver, unfortunately, but I try to lighten it up. Hayden Pantier, which last name I'm probably butchering, and I don't know much about her. She died suddenly at age 36. We don't know the circumstances, but what was just revealed is at 36, she was suffering from severe alcoholism and also postpartum depression, is what I am hearing. She had a child and was suffering from extreme postpartum depression. So there you go. A Hollywood celebrity, and she's no longer with us at just the age of 36. I mean, this is so tragic that sorry for laying all the heaviness on you on a Monday morning here. It's not even 10 after 9 yet. By the way, this is a live look at Plymouth, Massachusetts, at the criminal court there. And Judge William Sullivan, his honor, is set to bring court to order any moment. We're just waiting for this. Typically, court is convened and they come together, and then immediately there is a sidebar after that. And that's what I'm imagining will happen today. But we should get the tail end of the Commonwealth's case. So a lot going on in the world. But this is just another example with Hayden Pantier. Her child is now, I didn't know that, is 11. So I guess she went through this a long time ago. I guess that was a symptom. Frankie Figgs correcting me, not postpartum depression. She had depression. Caught that on the news. I guess when the child was born, she went through an episode of postpartum depression, and obviously was suffering, and trying to blunt some of the pain with alcoholism. But don't mean to start Monday off on a sad note. Everyone yelling at me, her kid is 11. Okay, so the postpartum depression was obviously when the kid was just born. And since the kid is 11, she's obviously not in a state of postpartum depression. But I guess the question is, did that trigger alcoholism? I don't really know, obviously, as you can tell, much about her or her circumstances. But I did see, and her younger sibling passed away a few years back. So the point is, it is not postpartum depression. Postpartum psychosis is not relegated to one type of person, whether you're a celebrity, whether you're a labor and delivery nurse like Lindsay Clancy, whether you're Latarsha Sanders, who's an African-American woman from Brockton, Mass, with no means, who was convicted, and now the conviction has been overturned. It is affecting a lot of people. So, what do you all think? Are we at the end here of the Commonwealth's case? They've been dragging it out, going from one expert witness from the medical field to one expert witness from law enforcement. It seems like we're going back and forth from law enforcement to the medical profession, to the medical profession to law enforcement. So what do you think? I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. Is this the prosecution here has a few witnesses today? Someone else saying PPD does not discriminate. Do you think it's few enough that they rest today? Let us know what you think. Josh McKelligan also got up on Thursday. He's another member of the Massachusetts State Police. He talked about how there were crushed pills, that Lindsay had crushed pills, presumably to try to end her life. That's when we saw the video of them in the Science Museum. If you haven't seen that, that is jolting, to say the least. It is from the day before the killings. You see Lindsay and Patrick and the family and the little baby. And I believe it's Lindsay who has a little baby, I think in a carrier. And Patrick is off to the side, and it's just literally one day before their lives were taken from them. So incredibly difficult to watch. One of the more dramatic moments on Thursday, if you'll recall, is the Commonwealth got up there and at the end and said, we want logs. And that's because the priest and a guy named Dr. Zeisel were going back with Lindsay into the holding cell at the courthouse. And the Commonwealth said, essentially, since you are going to bring this Dr. Zeisel as a witness, we want to know exactly when he was with her. Listen in here. I'm sure they're going to go to a sidebar.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I see everybody just for a few seconds?
Only thing more predictable than death and taxes is a sidebar the minute we start. 9:14, they're actually getting cracking a little earlier than expected. So typically they've gone to 9:20, 9:30, and here we are, 9:14 in the morning. This is going to be day 14 of testimony. I'm looking at the comments. A lot of people think that this could be it. Brooke Shields, another who wrote a book about her postpartum years ago. Obviously, the bigger conversation is that this is the bigger story here is opening up a bigger conversation about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. But again, it has a country divided here across some pretty stringent lines. Half saying it seems like send her to prison, give her the worst punishment imaginable. The other, Marie Osmond, postpartum too. Who else do we know who's famous, who suffered postpartum? Let me know. And Sandra Weber here, anti-prosecution, can't stand the prosecution. I think any which way you cut it. I think that Kevin Reddington's doing a pretty good job considering his age, 75, 76, and the fact that he is essentially doing this completely solo. So at the very least, you have to respect his lawyering skills. You might not agree with him, but he is respectable at what he does. Here's a comment, and this is echoed by a lot of people. Calypso is not alone. There is zero justification. Someone else says she looks perfectly fine to me. I guess the question for the jury is going to be, what does looking perfectly fine mean? Because she was functioning in that hour where she committed these crimes. Again, Dr. G, check out his video. He did an interesting video. I sat and watched it over the weekend where not all of her behavior is adding up to what the media has been portraying, that this was a woman in the throes of psychosis who did not know right from wrong. Dr. G, who he and I were texting over the weekend, he did some real specialized training in this at Emory and has sort of an advanced edge in terms of understanding. And he just texted me this weekend, very interested in this, and he will come on this week. So here, look at this, right on cue from N4A 78. Joel and COE, please get Dr. G on. He had some really interesting videos on Lindsay Clancy. I was just saying, I was texting with him over the weekend, and he does have a unique take on this, and he will come on maybe as early as today. I don't know. So he told me the only day that wouldn't work for him is tomorrow. So maybe we'll get him on today and hear what he has to say. So Dublin, Ireland is in the house. I'm curious, in Dublin, have they broadcast this on the news at all? Has he broadcast on the news at all? Melissa Navone with a contrarian point of view. Dr. G does not know any more than you or me. Personally, he doesn't, but from a professional standpoint, he's certainly able to read things better than maybe not you, Melissa Navone, but definitely me. Here's some other famous ones who suffered, I suppose. Gwyneth Paltrow, Chrissy Teigen, Kate Middleton. And here we go, Shazlick. This is what we're seeing across social media. The COE was showing me, she was on the TikTok and on the Instagram, and it's just never ending. These are people who don't typically talk Lindsay Clancy. They're like fitness influencers, they're food influencers, or whatever other, you name your influencer, but they're all talking about Lindsay Clancy, and it's a never ending thread of Lindsay Clancy takes. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it on a case where it's just like people who really are not connected in any way are weighing in. But Shazlick, I like the name. Psychosis is the key. She had no psychosis. Now, we had a woman on, Teresa Toomey, who went through this and was diagnosed as having postpartum psychosis. And she says you can have extreme lucidity in a state of psychosis. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how this is going to be decided. I don't know. The jurors have a near impossible job here. Have they made up their mind? What do you think? Do you think these jurors have made up their mind already and already know which way they're voting? Is it going to be a sympathy vote? I'll tell you this. I think if this was in Florida or Texas, Florida is where I am, not a lot of empathy here for anyone who kills 3 children. If she was tried in either here, Florida, or Texas, I think there's almost no doubt that she would be going to a state prison. But then you look at Andrea Yates, and that was Texas, correct? And she is serving essentially a life sentence in the psych hospital. Aries says, Dr. G is incredible. It will make you look at this differently. What a voice he has. Hayden Pantier, we talked about this. That is all terribly depressing. Courtney Cox and Drew Barrymore suffered from postpartum depression. It's tough. Having kids is tough. Having a baby is arguably even tougher. A lot of people clamoring for Dr. Ann Burgess on this show. I know that Steve Cohen has been in touch with Ann, the COE. My wife has. This is not true. You might not like his take, and this is what this trial is doing. Dr. G is a jerk. No, he's not. He's a really good dude, a really good guy. You might not like his take, and that's different than being a jerk. Make no mistake about it. Although I'm called a jerk all the time. Whew. When you have a YouTube channel, you learn very quickly, or you're in broadcast news, you learn very quickly. You got to have a thick skin. That's what Carm used to preach to me nonstop. You got to have a thick skin or you're not going to make it, because usually in my case, 3/4 of the people hate you and 1/4 like you, and you got a lot of awful emails telling you how bad you are. Dr. G here, Bonfire, does not have to be a woman. Correct. He is not a woman. I understand that argument too. Look, I mean, the hormone factor is something that men can relate to, I guess, with testosterone as they age, and women obviously go through menopause. But as they say, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and unless you're in a person's shoes, you just really don't know. I think the bottom line here is no one really knows. I don't think the jurors are really going to know. I don't think there is a way to know. I do think that when we hear from these experts for the defense, Dr. Philip Resnick and Dr. Margaret Spinelli, I do think a lot of you are going to go, oh, wait a minute, I didn't know that. Wow, okay. Because these experts are phenomenal in framing whatever it is that they want to frame, and they're going to frame how psychosis is not what you picture in the movies, where someone just goes into this crazy zombie-like state and is mumbling and drooling. That is not what psychosis is. It is not this movie-like aspect that people assume it is. So that's where the jurors are going to have a really tough time. I think it is very cloudy line and very hazy, and I think it's going to be a real tough challenge again for the right now 12 women and 6 men. There are 18 jurors, but only 12 will decide this case, and those 12 don't know who they are yet. I was talking about this earlier. If you go under the video tab, actually it was a live tab, you will see Teresa Toomey opened my eyes to how psychosis works. She went through it. She gives TED Talks about it. She's an expert on it. She's been diagnosed with it. She is formally an attorney, very well spoken, obviously incredibly intelligent. And I highly advise, if you have not seen that, to check out that live video. Manchester is in the house, home of UFC fighter Michael Bisping. Shout out to Manchester, England. Why is there an obsession with stars with PPD? Famous people don't add validation to the condition. 100%. Agree with you, but we live in a celebrity culture, sadly, and I think people see when, oh, okay, Courtney Cox had it, then it means, I could have it. It is not relegated to just a certain type of person. It can affect absolutely anyone. By the way, Dr. G is a licensed psychologist. He has a PsyD from one of the top schools in Georgia. He happens to also do body language analysis, but he's a full-on psychologist, and he sees people therapy-wise. So he is a psychologist. What he does on his YouTube channel is more body language and behavior and forensic analysis, but he is 100% a psychologist. Not because I have personally seen him, but I know him, and I've talked to him, and I know that he sees patients on a daily basis. Measy, 1991. Love you, Joel. Watching from Maryland, but we'll be in the courtroom again on Wednesday. Wow. Obsessed. So, Measy, shoot me an email. You're going down to the courtroom, and you're going from Maryland up to Plymouth, Mass. Email survivingsurvivor@gmail.com, and who knows, maybe we'll get you on to give us a little lunch update. Leicestershire, England. Let me know if I pronounced that close to correctly. I know you guys say it a little more funny than I do. They came into court around 9:14, if you're wondering, and went to an immediate sidebar, and that's where we are right now. So it is 11 minutes that they've been in the sidebar. I'm not sure why they do this every day and why they don't just handle it prior, but this is the way they do it, and that's how they do it, and that's every court works a little bit differently. And in Plymouth, Mass, they like to come into the courtroom and then immediately like to take a break. This is true. Dr. G is a licensed clinical and forensic psychologist. He says it at the beginning of every show. Here we go. We're coming back here, and Dr. J, Julius Irving, thank you very much for this. It is hard to handle this because a lot of people are very upset at the other side. I just caution everyone to keep an open mind. I honestly don't know how I feel about this. I really don't. If I'm a juror right now, I don't know how I would vote. I'm being completely honest. I just don't know right now. I would have to hear these experts. I'd have to go into that jury deliberation room. I'd have to look at some of the evidence. You can see Kevin Reddington has some help there. I don't know who that person is. Here's an interesting super chat from Nettie Daniel. I hope you have someone address FDA black box list of psych meds that have some unalive side effects. Lindsay Clancy was on some. Hopefully we will get to some of that. Leslie Dobson has been a frequent best guest. Steve, you're listening. She might be good for today, along with Dr. G. We could maybe see if I'll shoot him a text now. Maybe we can get the two of them and one other psychologist and take a psychological angle today. You are looking at the family of Lindsay Clancy right there in the blue shirt. Here comes the jury. Let's listen in. Welcome to everybody. Listen, this is a tough case. It's a Monday. Just try to be understanding of the other side, please. Wow, that's I'm hearing that is Kevin Reddington's son. Who knew?
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case, and Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
This is the same, I believe, digital forensics expert as from the, dare I say, Karen Reed trial. I was hoping not to say those two words, but here we are.
Good morning. Ms. Allen, swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury between the Commonwealth and the Attorney
I would rather affirm I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellbrite.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrate?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
Could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors, such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Celebrate, the software produced by Celebrate, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Celebrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct, yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than note the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool created by Cellbrite and also my own tooling. Applications that I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite. Tools that as an examiner I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was travelled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, on several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, right below, right
Correct.
around 1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as I believe around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off.
If the battery died?
The battery was dead, yes.
Okay. You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline at over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's two factors being considered there. The steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data, how is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred at 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within that hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table, it showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it is coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs, and then 1 second later a start time and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs?
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone. Rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report?
Correct.
Going to page 8 of your report, we have here at the top of page 8, does that show the last flight climbs recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch, at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report, looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction. Is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search in the title it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
Yeah, so the top entry here we can see starts with https://google.com/search?Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari, so there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search, is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string, so they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in the space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Elavil for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in?
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and Takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that. And then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report, what we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in grey on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient. The end time, when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you called media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
I'm looking at page 32 of your report. In that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call. That would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call, and without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari, so the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen, and at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 5:13 device unlock.
Yes.
5:15 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17-13-16. Safari was closed at 17-14-47. Messaging was opened at 17-14-47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33:34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come right back and we'll return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, jurors.
That is digital forensic expert and Celebrate employee. They are the benchmark in terms of collating and putting together cellular data. You're looking at Lindsay's father smiling there. I've not seen that in a priest. This is the same expert witness from the Karen Reed trial. He got up. By the way, the headline today so far, the Commonwealth will rest its case today. That is per the judge, not the Commonwealth, but per Judge William Sullivan. He said that coming back from the first sidebar of the morning, the Commonwealth is expected.
All right, so the court will be in a short recess at this time. Thanks.
All rise.
I am not sure why they need to recess right now after the expert witness goes. I don't know what the strategy behind that is instead of just doing the cross right now. I did not know, but you guys are better than me, and I don't know everything. As a matter of fact, I know very little, but that is Kevin Reddington's son, who is also an attorney who is standing behind him. When I say Kevin Reddington is doing this alone, I don't literally mean he has zero help, but inside the courtroom, he is handling this as a solo practitioner, which no matter what you think of him, is pretty impressive with a case of this magnitude. This is obviously in his 75 or 76 years, as far as I know, the biggest case that he has ever tried. But Ian Whiffen, who is the Celebrate digital forensic expert, gets up on the stand. Well over 1,000 phone extractions done since 2013. He said he received the extraction report for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone. He was really looking at her heart rate data. That's what a lot of it was, and said some interesting things here, that the range of the heart rate went between 50 and 122. That is a huge range. I mean, 50 is on the low side. Pro athletes are somewhere in a resting heart rate of like 30 or 40 beats per minute. She was at 50, going all the way up to 122. And at 5:23, which is the time frame where these killings begin, her blood pressure is at a pretty low rate, 57 beats per minute. I saw some people in the chat saying her anxiety dissipated because at that point she had made the decision to kill her children, which is interesting. It's an interesting read on this. And I'm wondering if the jurors are going to see it the same way, that her anxiety dissipated, because in a lot of ways that shows an understanding, right? Like she knew, if you're interpreting that way, that, okay, I'm going to take my children's lives and now I have a sense of relief and my anxiety is lowered. The question is still, is she psychotic at this stage? Is her heart rate lower because she's psychotic at this stage? It's all going to come down. This entire trial is going to come down to that window of time where she kills her children and whether the jurors feel she is either criminally responsible or not criminally responsible. What happened before, what happened afterwards, all that is going to be irrelevant. And that's what the jury instructions are going to be from this judge. So just keep your focus on that, which is tough to do. And again, I said this when we first came on today. I honestly still don't know how I would vote in this trial if I was a juror in the deliberations room. I have to hear from the expert witnesses. The big defense witnesses are probably going to come in tomorrow. I have a feeling, again, this might be a shortened day if the Commonwealth finishes early, because I don't think they're going to start with the defense. I don't know. I have no inside track. There's no way to know. But likely we could see some real big defense witnesses coming on the stand tomorrow. So he also looked at just the metadata from the phone, who was calling her, who she was calling, how long they're on the phone, etc., and did reveal that she had searched for this children's Pedialax, which is a stool softener, at 5:50 p.m. Eastern time. And that's when she, I guess, messaged it over to Patrick Clancy. So do with the data what you will. Now, a little more information on the GoFundMe that I mentioned earlier on. I just wanted to hash that out. There is now a verified GoFundMe. This is specifically for Lindsay Clancy's parents. Their names are Mike and Paula Musgrove. And this GoFundMe exceeded 600,000 on Sunday, and as of today, August 17th, has now surpassed $800,000. That just goes to show you about the public's interest and impact on this case. So it has exceeded $800,000 with a $2 million goal, and the money is clearly going to be allocated on this GoFundMe page for Lindsay's parents. Again, Mike and Paula Musgrove, they are the beneficiaries, and they cite reasons why they need the money. Number one, they relocated from Connecticut to Massachusetts to remain near Lindsay, particularly during the trial. They've been supporting her financially for more than 3 years. They have attended all her court proceedings, including being fixtures in the courtroom during this trial. They have absorbed substantial travel, lodging, and living expenses, and have reportedly drawn down savings accumulated over many years, not to mention that they are paying, I think, for much of the defense attorney work here, which is a lot. The Musgroves, Lindsay Clancy's parents, say that on this GoFundMe that they are going to control the money themselves and determine how it will ultimately be used. And Kevin Reddington, the defense attorney, is aware of this. That's all it says, is that he's aware of it, not necessarily that he condones it or supports it, but that he is aware of it. Now, the fundraiser explicitly tries to separate support for Lindsay's parents from support of Lindsay's defense. Its message essentially is that donors do not have to agree about Lindsay's criminal responsibility. So if you want to give to this GoFundMe, it doesn't matter really what you think about Lindsay's future, whether she should be sent to a psych hospital or a prison. It's just to ultimately recognize what her parents have endured while standing beside their daughter. Again, the GoFundMe has exceeded 800,000. Now, Boston 25 up in Boston is reporting that there is a quote unquote Stand Out for Clancy event scheduled for August 20th. That is Thursday outside the courthouse. So it sounds, unless I'm wrong, a Stand Out for Clancy is a event supporting her. Again, we saw this with, dare I say it once again, the Karen Reed trial, where her supporters were out there in pink, and then eventually counter supporters came out. I'm wondering if this is going to turn into a big scene. And I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to head up to Plymouth to see this all play out. I don't know if the COE will sign off on that. We have school orientation that the COE had to go to, and I was going to go. My other daughter had to go to an orthodontist appointment, not to bore you with the details of the Waldman family, but told the COE, hey, this is an important day. So someone else is taking my daughter to the orthodontist appointment, one of her favorite babysitters, thankfully, so I could be here for this. But man, it is going to be a busy, wild week up in Boston, and who knows? Maybe I'll have to head up there. I will talk to the COE. From Kelly McClellan, I am not an attorney, so I'm not going to be able to answer this, but you can sue anybody for anything is my answer. Joel, can Patrick sue people for defamation, making videos, blaming him? I'm sure he can. I am absolutely sure he can. Will he? I don't know. He is unfortunately dragged into the middle of all this. Unless I see evidence, real evidence, not TikTok evidence that he is involved, I will assume that he had zero involvement in this and is just a husband who is kind of caught in the middle of all this. Not going to comment about whether he's a good husband, bad husband. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing in his personal life, but none of that is really material to the fact that it is Lindsay Clancy who took her children's lives. Let me say that again. She has admitted it. The defense has admitted it. Patrick Clancy said it. If you don't believe him, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm not into conspiracy theories. If there's evidence that comes out, I could listen to the evidence and I might be persuaded. However, not going to go there unless there is evidence. Judy Herbert, very kind as per usual. I'd rather donate to STS. I think her parents probably need it a lot more at this moment. I'm not saying to donate. I'm just saying that as a matter of fact, that is probably the case. What is this comment from Benjamin here, friend of mine, friend of the show? Reliance on male-centric models in psychology has led to structural, this is an interesting comment. Reliance on male-centric models in psychology has led to structural underrepresentation of female-specific experiences, diagnoses, and psych frameworks, distorting baseline understanding of human behavior. Basically, to translate this, it's dudes creating the studies about women. What do we know about women? Nothing. I don't know that this is a fact, Mim, but I'll take your word that I guess the majority of the studies and the modeling may have been done by men. Hopefully there's a lot of women involved as well. But yes, this is true. If you're a man, you don't know what it is like to be in the throes of pregnancy, what it's like to be in the throes of postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. A bit of good news in the world with all the bad news. My niece had a healthy baby boy who was actually born in Boston, making Carm a great-grandmother for the, let me count this, 1, 2, 3, fourth time. Carm has had 2 great-grandchildren born in the last month, one on my birthday, July 25th. How dare a great-grandchild be born on my birthday? And now another one just born late last week. And both moms are doing well. And Carm, a great-grandmother, 4 times over now, 2 within the last week. Arden's children are busy making babies. Guess what's the point of life? You reproduce. You have kids. Used to never think I would have kids, but now I have kids and I can't imagine life without children. What is interesting too, the judge, it wasn't the Commonwealth, but Judge William Sullivan, His Honor, said that the Commonwealth is going to wrap today. Was this just the last witness? I can't imagine that Ian Whiffen is what they're going to end on. But we will see here. He is, of course, an employee of Celebrite, the leader, the gold standard in cell phone extractions and cell phone data. So he was on the stand this morning. He's the first and only witness so far. But His Honor, William Sullivan, said that the Commonwealth is going to rest today. Now I'm panicking, wondering, man, I kind of have to get up to that courthouse. I don't know if the COE, if I can pull it off. I'm going to see if maybe I can. Does anyone know the nearest hotel to the Plymouth County Criminal Courthouse? And if you do, email me. Surviving. It's got to be a Marriott. I'm a Marriott guy from my Fox News days. I've got 900 million Marriott points, about the only plus side of that job. So if anyone knows a Marriott near the Plymouth County Criminal Courthouse, I reach out to you guys about everything, including hotels, because I know you know it all. Email me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. Got Israel in the house currently where my beautiful mother is, Hagit Levy. Welcome. When is Queen Carm coming home? She's coming home end of September. She's very busy, has a lot of friends, and much more busy than I am. Her social calendar has filled up. I told her to please call me, and she has not called me. So there you go. Maybe stay with Tim Jansen. I would not force myself on Tim. Tim's not far away though, and he's near the Cape, so it's right there. I will see. What accommodations are available. Plus, I would need a space to podcast from. So I'm going to talk about it with the COE and see what we can do here. One thing that annoyed the living crap out of me that I will share with you is I did an interview with Teresa Toomey, and it was emotional. I am not on my cell phone when I'm with a guest. I have a weird setup here, especially because we're not in the final studio. We can't do that till the trial ends, and we actually have time to run some tests. So this is the temporary area, but I've got a keyboard here, Bluetooth, and I've got an iPad here, and I've got a monitor here. And she was talking and saying some really interesting things, and I wanted to take follow-up notes. And then I get 10 million emails. You're so rude. You're not listening. I am always listening to my guests, and I'm actually processing what they're saying. And so I don't forget, because there's a lot going on, I will take notes. If it comes across looking like I am inattentive, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I'll try to stay focused on the camera the entire time. I don't think Teresa was upset. And I think she was totally fine with it. I spoke to her. She wants to come back on. I have reached out to Dr. G, and we're reaching out to Leslie Dobson as well, who's been very vocal on this subject. And to be honest, I don't know what she's been saying. She's a big TikToker, and I don't really delve into TikTok other than posting some videos on there. So all this is happening in real time. We are planning, however, as you can tell, to do a 5 p.m. wrap-up show today. How come you guys think we're in a brief recess now? This was after Ian Whiffen and before Cross. Why are they taking a break instead of just going directly into the Cross? Why is this judge making this so much longer? Like with all these sidebars, this trial would have been done in half the time. Also, how long do you think the defense goes now with their expert witnesses? I believe they're going to have 3, maybe more, but right now, 3 witnesses. Look at Dr. J, Julius Irving. I love this. Let's give Joel some grace. I'm not really asking for grace. It's just when you do an interview and you give it your all, and then you get all the trolls coming out saying, why are you on your cell phone while you're interviewing a woman and she's crying? It's so rude. You're so rude, Joel. You are so rude. How dare you? I just like to respond because I want you to know what's going on. Like if I was really being rude and not paying attention, that would be one thing. I pour my heart and soul into this podcast. I work on this literally 24/7 since I've started this 3-4 years ago, and I'm not the only one. Space Coast on the West Coast getting up. It's only 7:30 in the morning there, and we've already been up covering this for a long time. So that's what time he's getting up. COE is handling this and motherhood. Meave Moen is handling this in New York City. And we're just all doing our best. So it just, as you can tell, grates on me. And I'm never one to hide that. But we really put everything we have into this. So Jerry Michael here, 3 days for the defense. Interesting. So in theory, 3 days for the defense puts us to Thursday, and then a rebuttal. This trial will go to the jury next week. Here's my question. If Joel goes to Plymouth, and I don't know that Joel can go to Plymouth. Thank you for this. I appreciate this very much. And I love Dr. Pepper Princess. Finland's in the house. I've got to go hit a sauna in Finland immediately. If Joel had a choice, would you want Joel there for the defense expert witnesses this week and the Lindsay Clancy standout on Thursday, or would you want me up there for closings and the verdict? Let me know. What do you think? I will go to the bottom of the comment section here and see what's going on. We're on a brief recess right now in the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 14 of testimony. It is August 17th, 10:35 a.m. across the eastern seaboard of the United States of America. I'm coming to you from Miami Beach, and the trial is coming to you from the home of that famous rock, the Plymouth Rock, Plymouth, Massachusetts. So Kelly McClellan saying she'd rather be there for closings and verdict. That would make it a lot easier for little old Joel, because that would be, I would think, next week, in which case I could actually sort of plan it out. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I will do that. A lot going on here. Takes me about 33 seconds to drive from my house to the studio, and which I should probably walk. But school has started here in South Florida. I grew up in New Jersey. When I grew up in New Jersey, we always started school after Labor Day. It's weird to me to start school in the summer. Some schools in Florida started like a week or two ago, but the public schools started here this past Thursday, and instead of taking 33 seconds to get from my house to the studio, now it takes me 33 minutes. Why do I bring that up? Because it's another reason that I get annoyed by things in town. I don't know. Why do so many kids go to school? Maybe less kids need to go to school. I don't know what the answer is. Who is Dr. G, that bald guy? Yes, that is him. He's that bald guy. He's Meow Randa, as you would say, an unk, old man. Hope he's listening right now. Really hope he's listening. Here's one take here. Duper's Delight. We always hear that. That's sort of like the psycho smile. Duper's Delight is also a real thing, coming from Calypso for breakfast. Lindsay Clancy is intelligent. Yes, she is, and perhaps knew what crying would induce in the jury. You know who knows that? Lindsay Clancy, I guess, and maybe Dr. G. James Fagan weighing in from outside of Philly. Joel, I'd much prefer you attend closing arguments and verdict watch. I guess that's where the tension and the excitement would be. I think that will be next week. So who knows? Maybe I will do that. What is next week? Maybe I will do that. It's going to be busy because we are also I am going to go to Jacksonville, Florida for the Shanna Gardner trial. And jury selection in that case is supposed to start August 31st, which is at the end in 2 weeks. So it's going to be busy. We're covering a lot of big trials. We're also covering a lot, whatever big news breaks. And my three loves also saying, lovies saying, same thing. Joel, closings and verdict would make much more sense. Faith and freedom, closings and verdict. So I may have to go up there. Don't hold me to it. I would like to do it. And I'd like to see what's happening. I know they mean jury, not Jerry here, but if you go early, you'll be able to get at least a view of what the jury looks like. There you go. We have some friends that I met at the Donna Adelson trial that are going to be in court on Wednesday. We'll get their take on what they are seeing and hearing. And Mabel Quintanilla, it's been a while since I've seen Mabel. Mabel knows she has a special place in my heart because my beloved Mabel Rose, my puggle, was with me till just about 17 years of age. And even though she is a canine and Mabel's a human, Mabel Quintanilla understands how much Mabel Rose meant to me. So Mabel Quintanilla has a special place in my heart. Sharing the name. I do not agree with what Dr. G has put on Lindsay Clancy. Otherwise, I admire his analysis. I like that you're able to articulate that you just don't agree with him. I think that's perfectly fine. Here we go. Shanna Gardner, and the Adelsons, a lot of similarities. The Adelsons, Markells, our first OG true crime story, and Shanna Gardner has a lot of elements from the Dan Markel Adelson case. So we'll be heading up there. Oh man, I see people getting worked up in the chat. We're on I think a brief recess here. The judge made it clear to the jurors today that it would be kind of stop and go. And I really don't know why. Why is it stop and go? Why is it not just go? Why is it stop and go? Why are they taking a recess before the cross exam here? I just don't get it. I don't know if it's something that Kevin Reddington asked for, if it's something that the witness asked for. I don't know. What's wrong with this, Michael? Less kids go to school, less traffic. I don't know if homeschooling is the answer. Maybe school is overrated. I don't know. I love teachers. They do an important job. Maybe kids should start working younger these days. I don't know. COE is the chief of everything from Mandy 13. That is a COE, a.k.a. my wife. I'm not sure. I've seen this twice now. Judge smokes. I don't know what that means in young people parlance. I don't know if that means that the judge is great. If the judge like smokes, you know what, and it is not great. Judge smokes. Is that positive or is that negative? Someone let me know that. Dr. G, in so many words, says that not everything that Lindsay Clancy's body behavior points to shows that she was unaware. And I guess there's this issue of awareness in the moment. If you're aware, that's another question, because you heard Teresa Toomey, who suffered postpartum psychosis, saying that you can have lucidity in a moment of psychosis. So I don't know that that is, I mean, this is something I'll have to ask Dr. G about when he comes on. Oh, he smokes. Look how literal. Melissa it was so obvious and I missed it. It is a Monday morning at 10:42, meaning he takes breaks to smoke cigs, all the breaks. I got it, Froggy. I thought it was like some word, you know, like what do my kids say these days? What do my kids? I can't even think of their Mondays. I'm not good on Mondays. It takes me like a couple days to like. Does he really smoke? Is this something that we know, or is this something that we are hypothesizing about here? Cooking. That's what my kids say. You're cooking. It's like you're moving, like you're with it. You're cooking. So when you said Judge smokes, I immediately thought like it was like a cooking type phrase, like he smokes, like he's moving fast, or he's. But you guys literally just meant the judge smokes. Got it. The judge smokes. I get it. Some things are just literal. Let's hope this is not the case. Maybe cyclospora, and the judge, I don't think he'd be on the bench with cyclospora. If you don't know what that is, Google it. And there you go. Cyclospora, I think there would probably not be court today. Joel, now I agree with the Unc alert. Yes, yeah. It's weird that you become your dad. That is weird. My kids say you slay. They also say baddie. She's a baddie. A lot of things. I have no idea what they're talking. There's another word the other day. I have no idea. Somehow you become your dad. And that's the point in life where I'm at. I become my father. I don't understand how that happens, but there you go. Courtney Edgar here. Thank you for this. Joel, at least you were taking notes during your interview and not just checking a box. I actually wanted to follow up. She said so many interesting things that I was taking notes to just follow up with questions. So also in the new studio, there's going to be like a prompter in front of me where I can see the guest in the camera like this. I don't have that right now. If I had that right now, I wouldn't have gotten the hate emails that I wasn't paying attention when I was paying attention. Jenny, I owe you for this. Joel, you're the best. Jenny, you're the best. My teen called me bruh. My kids call me bruh. And I'm like, if you ever call me bruh again, you call your dad bruh, there's going to be problems. Janet Moorcraft, super chat here. Tom Cruise publicly criticized Brooke Shields for using antidepressants to treat her postpartum depression, calling her choice dangerous. I remember some of this, and claiming her chemical imbalances do not exist. I'm not even going to. Shields responded with an op-ed. Cruz later apologized. I don't think Tom Cruise is the best barometer for a normal human being. The guy's been a massive celebrity. I'm not even going to comment on the Scientology part of things, but just imagine, since he's like 18 years old, he's been driven around in a limo and private jet, and can't go anywhere because he'll be I mean, what a weird life, man. What a weird life. Calypso for breakfast saying he should not have apologized. There you go. There's a take on that. If you're Tom Cruise, like, why even insert yourself? I don't know if that was the Scientology part of him. I have no idea. I guess people are saying Scientology. Duh. Yes, my kids call me bruh, bro. They don't use the F word, but they say what the fa, which bothers me and annoys me. There's a part of me that's like, if you're going to say that, just say the word, but I'm a dad, so I can't really challenge them to do that. What is going on here? We've been on a break for more than a half hour here. Imagine having a conversation with Tom Cruise. It would be so weird. Be like, hey, Tom, I just bought a dozen eggs and they were kind of expensive, and now I had to go be like, oh, you buy eggs? Like, oh, you go to a store, you do things? Oh. What is that life like? What is his life like? What is, when he's not filming a movie, which is probably almost always, when he's not filming a movie, like, what does he do? What do you do if you're Tom Cruise? What a weird world. I was reading about Brad Pitt, that he was having self-unaliving thoughts. Like, you think these people have this great life, but really not. Back here, 10:47 a.m. on the Eastern Seaboard.
Yes. All right.
If smoke break is over. Does this guy really smoke? I don't think so. Does he? Here comes Cross of Ian Whiffen, the Celebrate expert, digital forensics expert. Here comes the Cross. Kevin Reddington on his cell phone, placing a bet. This guy's a black belt in karate.
All rise, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the call, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties present.
Kevin Reddington's way
All
cool
right,
to
thank you,
hang out
Madam
with.
Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about, in reference to the Apple Health data, it's fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on it.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is you guys refer to like a football field or something?
It was a rugby field, but yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report, and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
Yes.
okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information?
Whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the
but
police.
There's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stops recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls.
Okay, so when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean there's a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone, after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022?
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor's. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says, or what that means?
The created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Thank you. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay. I'd offer this room.
Any objection?
No objections.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
Exhibit 267.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay?
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches?
I have a different page 11.
Different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report, report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
14 a.m. Yes.
All right, and then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning.
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM. Okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used this cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is
Exactly.
Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say, randomly, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948.
Yeah.
Yes,
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone. On that particular date, chronologically, would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there were modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yeah.
And there was a few essentially spelling differences as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the
and
blue
gray
messages
would
are
be
outgoing.
what? The response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of the little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right. Can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be on January 24th, 2023. And it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report, this is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman, and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there was a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman And the mummy text, the last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready?
Oh, yes, that's the one from...
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning, cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little heart thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, a few.
So she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, something like that, right?
That's how I read it.
H-E-W?
Yeah. Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29, 12.
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. They basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's
I did.
computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right,
And
thank
then
you.
finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
So I'd offer this.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
207.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to... Well, I'm just going to ask it. I'm not going to go. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct?
May
Yeah,
I
you
take
can
a picture?
look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by physical analyzer, a solve-right tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library?
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It would be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And, for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47
Yes.
meters or feet?
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off of the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed as one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there is coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data's coming from Celebrite, right?
Correct.
And Celebrite is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work for them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff for them, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
Okay. If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay. So I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
Yeah, it appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Reddington is good and knows when to
All right,
stop.
redirect.
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
But what he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whilever the device is turned on, or whilever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything, any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disk envelope in its place.
There are no objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor, so you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off, we already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was...
So your answer is you don't know what, I don't mean to be rude, your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly, I don't know why it wouldn't record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Cellbrite witness Ian Whiffen from the Karen Reed trial is now off the stand. And there you go, Commonwealth
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. I'm sick. I believe they're by agreement.
Yeah, they were by agreement.
All right.
And then we would rest.
All right.
We have the 2 Sperry Hospital records, 2 discs. 272A, B. Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript.
Big moment, Commonwealth rest, day 14 of testimony. Will the judge break for the day, or will the defense start today? I have a feeling it's going to be the former.
74. And then employment records from Mass General Hospital. 275. We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests? All right. All right, so, members of the jury, as you heard from Attorney Sprague, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm going to, another one of those stops. We're going to take a stop at this point. We're going to have you go back to the jury room. We'll address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay?
All rise, please, jurors.
All right, that's good news. They're not resting for the day. I thought that was for sure going to happen. Not the case. They're going to take a break now. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has rested on day 14 of testimony, 11:20 a.m., August 17th, 2026, an historic moment in American jurisprudence. You've just witnessed it on STS. Very underwhelming witness to rest with, I agree. Why not rest with that 911 call?
This court's in session, please be seated.
Before we do the motion for required finding, Your Honor, is this a good time to take a morning break?
Sure. Do you want to take a short break?
Looking something up, that's all. I
All right.
apologize.
So the court will be in a short recess, and we'll come back without the jury. We'll address the motion, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
This is awful. Tell me it's just become a joke, right? We don't know that His Honor is a heavy smoker, because now I have to worry about him if that's the case, but I don't think there's any indication that he is unless somebody knows. Maria, who reached out, do you know? You see the judge out there smoking. Someone's got to let me know if it's just a STS inside joke that I'm now missing at this point, or if Judge William Sullivan looks like, I don't know. Not that smokers can't be sweet. He just looks like a jolly, good old guy that doesn't do harm to his body by smoking. So who knows? Okay, we are on another break here. This was now really requested by Kevin Reddington. It's 11:22. I'm going to take a little break here because I need to touch base with the COE. I'm kind of fired up now. I sort of want to head out for closings here and verdict watch. What do you all think? Does this go through? Does the defense, will they go through the rest of this entire week? Number one. And then the Commonwealth has to rebut. There's no way this ends this week. What do you all think? When do you see the trial actually ending and going to the jury? Is it next week? What do you all think? Let me know. And I'll be back in just a couple. We're on hopefully a short break. The Commonwealth has rested its case in chief. Let me know when this trial wraps up. What do you all think? By the way, who do you think's winning at this point? It is 11:56 a.m. in Plymouth, Massachusetts right now, and we are on a break here, a long break. The headline of the morning is the Commonwealth has rested their case on day 14 of testimony, and the defense is set to launch into their case in chief. Now we are waiting for Judge William Sullivan to come back. I have somehow lost my glasses in the interim. I will have to go search for them. They've got to be somewhere. However, we are just in a holding pattern here as this court is not afraid, and this judge not afraid to take lengthy breaks, which is what is going on here. We've been on break for 50% of the trial. I think that is probably true. Rebecca Jane, it is 2 a.m. Not only are we a global phenomenon, but we are the future here at STS, being that it is Tuesday early morning for STS, even though it is Monday here in America. Thank you for staying up so late. I hope that we are able to keep you company into the early morning hours in Australia. I asked this question before we went on a break, and I'll ask it again. Who do you think has the advantage here, the Commonwealth or the defense, keeping in mind that we're about to hear from some mega defense witnesses? This guy, Dr. Philip Resnick, having been a witness in some massive trials in the United States, including the Oklahoma convicted and put to death Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh, as well as the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski, who was sentenced to life in the Supermax and died while in custody of the feds. So this guy, Philip Resnick, undoubtedly is going to be a big defense witness. Sammy Lou here weighing in, and I like the spelling on the name, Laux, believes the defense, and they spell it funny in different parts of the world. The defense with a C is winning. Gail also with a funny spelling, a lot of funny spellings. Lily Putty here, defense. Does anyone believe that the state defense? I don't know. I do not know. Thank you, Rebecca Jane. Enjoying our coverage of this. COE is at school orientation. Kids finally, well, 2 of my 3 go back to school tomorrow. Finally. And I'm going to run it by her about maybe heading up to Plymouth for closings and verdict watch. I don't know if I'll be granted clearance for that, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But right now we are just we're just waiting. As if I couldn't love Kevin Reddington even more. He has tattoos. He's also a black belt in karate. He seems like a pretty cool dude, whether you like who he's defending or not. Joel, it is America with the funny spelling. You could make that argument, I suppose. We are egocentric here in America. It all centers around us. We are the greatest country on planet Earth, usually. And so we think our spelling is the right spelling. Mental hospitals are temporary. This is true. A judge here would ultimately decide her fate. You know, she gets sentenced to a psych hospital. Could she be out in 6 months? The judge signed off on it. It's possible. Could she be out never? It's possible. Kevin Reddington is either 75 or 76, a good friend of Joe Krowski, who's been on our show several times. We are trying to line up a show for this afternoon. Dr. G has said yes to 5 p.m. Eastern. He has a particular take on this trial, so he should be coming on at 5. I'm trying to rally up 2 other psychology types so we can have a little bit debate about is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible or not criminally responsible from a therapist, psychologist point of view. We will see. I have not seen Ann comment on this, but our good friend and living legend, Dr. Ann Burgess, said Lindsay Clancy is a very dangerous woman. hope you get her on the show. If Steve is listening, I will ask someone here saying Dr. G is excellent. He's coming up at 5. He's excited to talk. Let me text Steve. I'll do it in a moment and see if he is willing to do it. What is Dr. G's name? It is J.P. Garrison is his full name. I hope I'm okay to reveal that. That is his real name. I would take Ann Burgess's view over almost anyone's. Let's see what happens. Ann Burgess says she should be locked up forever. Interesting. I support Dr. G's theory. Pro-justice. It's hard to disagree with this. 3 babies are dead. I mean, you want justice. What is justice? I don't know. I don't know. If you missed me earlier on, I literally am having a really tough time with this. I want to hear the defense witnesses. And I just don't know how I feel about this. I really don't, if I'm being honest. I wish I had an answer. Some days I feel like I have a clearer answer than others. It's a Monday. Waldman's had a long weekend, and I don't know. I just do not know. I don't know. Gail says defense with an S, defense with a C, potato, potato. It is all basically the same. Kelly says Ann Burgess said, regardless, she should never be free again. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that she should ever be free again. How crazy this is. It's just a crazy story. It really is. Space Coast yelling at me for that. Dr. G needs to consider how meds affect her body language, and we'll have to see. We'll ask him about that as well. It is now 12:04 in the afternoon here in Miami, and the trial obviously is coming to you from Plymouth, Massachusetts, 4 minutes after the hour. This break is coming up on an hour long. The defense is set to call 2, 3, 4 witnesses. We're going to see who they are and what order right after this break. It would not surprise me, knowing this judge, that there's a longer break, and he says, okay, let's break for lunch now. It seems like, I don't know if they're waiting on an expert witness. I don't know what the holdup is. I don't know if it is Kevin Reddington. And I don't know if you caught it, said that he was reaching out to someone right before the break. I don't know if he's trying to get a hold of a witness. Sometimes it's hard to wrangle witnesses in, get them in on time. I don't know if that's the issue right now. They did know, obviously, that the Commonwealth was resting. They only called one witness. By the way, what do you think of the Commonwealth's order of witnesses and the way they presented things? It did not seem to have any rhyme or reason. And Ian Whiffen as the last witness seems very peculiar. It was not like, here we go, I'm hearing that ambient noise. That means court is coming back in session. Let's listen in.
All right.
Judge William Sullivan.
So the Commonwealth having rested Mr. Reddington, does the defendant have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. It doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here, My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette-Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that, in fact, that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette-Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette-Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette-Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice of forethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second-degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette-Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for a required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette-Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right. So the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean. So we know if those are in?
I've been inquiring with Madam Clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I've told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
So, right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We'll see if the records come in. All right. The records come in. then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon,
Okay.
great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow.
The so-called TikToker witness.
Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
Looks like the case in chief is set to get going. The jury's coming in. That was a Rule 25 motion. You heard Kevin Reddington citing Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera, a case of a woman, I presume, who assaults a police officer, and there was a mental health issue, and the case was adjudicated, and this person was exonerated. So he was making the case here, a mentally ill person. The judge should just essentially find her not criminally responsible. That motion was denied just now, and then there was talk about voir diring the so-called TikTok witness who had worked at McLean, wants to come on to say that it was an awful place to work. It looks like we're going to get a voir dire of that, depending the McLean records coming in, which the judge has not received, but it looks like we might get that voir dire this afternoon. But it looks like we're going to be off the first defense witness, maybe 2, 3, or 4 witnesses set to be called by the defense. So we are well into this trial. Many people thinking it'll go to a jury late this week or at some point next week, ahead of the 6 to 8 week prognostications. We'd be well ahead of that. Not sure who these folks are, unless you know, let me know. But we are about.
All rise, please. Jurors entering.
Defense case underway here.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right. So at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please, I believe she's right outside.
There we go. The first witness for the defense about to be called here. Courtroom is packed today. Bailiff going to help get the witness inside. High drama, day 14 of testimony in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Here comes the witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
I just want to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name.
It's Margaret Hamp,
And what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about, what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
About 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan?
Mm-hmm.
In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together, and often on the night shift you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old. And Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Ms. Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with Lindsay Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brayton?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birth to child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Como?
No.
All right, let me sit down. Thank you.
Very interesting. This
Yes,
is
Your Honor.
Lindsay's crying again. We just found out Lindsay Clancy had never heard of Andrea Yates and said, "How could a mother hurt her children?" That was the question she asked of her coworker and nurse friend who's on the stand, Margaret Hamp, right now. How could a mother hurt her children? That is a big bailiff right there. Woo.
swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give to the court. Thank you. You might take a seat.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, Allison. Last name is Ozga.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes.
And you talk on the phone, do you?
Occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
Yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself, and perhaps a little bit thereafter, that you spoke with her and that she indicated, basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
The first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through?
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter. But she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality?
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed?
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in a car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts.
Why?
So that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that in a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire.
Como.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text?
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray?
Oh, yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
That was a powerful cross. That it is a sister, was a sister. Let's see if Kevin's coming back with
I
her.
would call Paula Musgrove, please.
Okay, Musgrove is the maiden name. I don't know if it's the mother. I'm not sure, but this was the sister who talked about her decompensating, eventually being able to see Lindsay 2 weeks after the killings. That's how long it took. But it turns out the sister's a licensed social worker, a mandated reporter, and when questioned by police, said that she had appeared her tone to be getting better. She said the tone was via text, but did you ever file a report as a mandated reporter? No. Boom. End of cross.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paula Musgrove.
And Mrs. Musgrove, fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother,
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
and your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes.
You've been here for every day for the trial, is that correct?
Yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student. Very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And obviously, you knew when they got married and when they were dating and things of that
Yes.
nature, right? went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes.
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat,
Yes.
and you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. You never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased, tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends and in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, let me after this thing.
276.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little training. Can I just offer the board like?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276,
Yeah.
so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point,
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography,
What kind of photography?
school picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but...
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes. She said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
All right. Counsel, could I see you just for a second, just kind of time-wise?
Very quick sidebar before recess. I think one thing everyone can agree on is no matter what you think of Lindsay, this is just devastating with so many victims, including the sister, the mother, the friends. But Paula Musgrove is Lindsay's mother, who has been in the gallery, and she just testified. When asked what she thought of Lindsay becoming a mom for the first time, she says, "I felt it was the best thing to ever happen to her." She described her as a very loving mother. And then Callan, the youngest, is born in the spring of 2022, and that's when things started to shift. It went all the way through the spring, went through the summer, and then it was the second week of October where Paula Musgrove, her mother, says she noticed Lindsay becoming very anxious about going back to work. She cited Callan having trouble taking the bottle and felt, quote unquote, horrible about leaving him. Now, I told you, all of you, that I was feeling very up in the air once again and undecided. But when you hear from the mother about what a doting, from Lindsay's mother, what a doting mother Lindsay was, it just pulls at your heartstrings. Lindsay tells her mother she felt horrible about leaving Callan. And then it was late October, October 20th, when she first was aware, the mother, Paula Musgrove, that her daughter, Lindsay Clancy, had suicidal ideations. At that point, right around then, Lindsay texts her mother saying, "Please come and stay. Please come up and stay with me from Connecticut to Massachusetts. I am sick. Something is wrong. I started taking meds for anxiety. Things have gotten worse. It's very scary. I don't want to be alone." Anyone who's ever experienced anxiety or depression, I think, understands how frightening that is to the human mind and the human spirit. And you could tell from this recounting from the mom how terrified Lindsay was in her own mind. The mom, Paula Musgrove, says she went up to Duxbury that same day and says, "I believe Lindsay went to the ER that day and eventually admitted herself into McLean Hospital." Prior to the admittance into McLean, she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious. She was afraid. And at one point in December 22, said she was so afraid that this adult woman asked her adult mother, Paula Musgrove, to sleep in bed with her. I think her mind was brutalizing her at this point, my opinion. And she was absolutely just terrified. And it sounds like the medications were not helping. She voluntarily went into McLean Hospital at this point. The mother describes her as having lost a lot of weight, extremely paranoid, not logical. She says, Paul Musgrove, that Lindsay told her, "This is not my mind. I was never like this before," and the mother agreed with her. The mother, Paula Musgrove, says that Lindsay attempted to go through the emotions of the day, but she didn't want to drive. I'm not sure if she thought maybe she would hurt the kids or herself. You don't have to go too far back to Mackenzie Sharilla, who murdered her boyfriend and good friend while driving them into a brick wall. She survived. Paula Musgrove, the mother of Lindsay Clancy, said that meds were making her forget and destroying her. And it wasn't her, Lindsay said. This is now her, Lindsay, talking to her mother. "It's not me. I just want to go and enjoy my kids again." And then the direct exam ends in December 2022. Of course, the killings are the following month, but December 2022, Kevin Reddington has Paula Musgrove recount an incident in the kitchen while both Paula was there and her ex-husband, Pat. And the mother, Paula, says, "I remember Lindsay being very nervous, saying, 'I have to tell you something. I have thoughts of harming the children.'" Direct examination ends on a punctuation mark. I feel a little sick on the inside. If I'm being honest, this sounds like a woman absolutely tormented. I think we've all had feelings at one point or another, if we're being honest, in our own lives where we feel like we are completely losing it or about to lose it or capable of losing it. And now you're hearing firsthand testimony of a woman who essentially was admitting to her mom that she was in the state of losing it. And it is frightening and powerful and depressing. And no matter what the testimony is, and I'm not calling Lizzie out here, I'm just calling her out as an example. Lindsay is very clever in correct me if I'm wrong, Lizzie, but I think the implication here is that she was manipulating the whole situation. Is that what you believe? I think it would be very, very hard to do that. Think of how many steps it requires, how much foresight it requires. Woo. Imagine sending texts weeks, if not months beforehand, that you're conspiring to do this to your own children and you're leaving these texts as footprints. It just seems really difficult to do and do well. Sounds to me like it's actual genuine concern on her part. Now, does that make her not criminally responsible in the moment? I don't know. I have no idea. Cat Lady on the flip side is saying the prosecution is cooked here. Jen sees it another way. Interesting again, tells me she knew right from wrong. But then you go back to our own best guest, Teresa Toomey, who was just on the show, who suffered from postpartum psychosis and literally says you can have total clarity while psychotic. So how do you know? I mean, this isn't like psychotic like in a movie where you break down, crumple, and are in a corner of a rubber room shaking and drooling. That is not what psychosis is. I think Dr. G is going to give us a better idea of what it actually is when he comes on today at 5. But I knew this was going to happen to me. I guess I'm easily impressionable, but after the first, there have now been 3 defense witnesses, one friend and former labor and delivery nurse, the sister, who's a little more matter of fact, and then the mother, who I got to say is strong for being able to get up there. She also was recounting memories of her own grandchildren, what it was like to be a grandmother, and that's where she started to lose it. But this notion that she knew right from wrong, yeah, I don't think that psychosis necessarily means you don't know that what you're doing is wrong. Maybe you know what you're doing is wrong and you just can't stop yourself from doing it. It's incredibly complicated. I don't know that people are hateful, but people want to see justice done. I understand that. Can people be cruel sometimes? But I knew this was going to happen to me. 3 witnesses in, and now I am certainly leaning back towards her belonging in a psych hospital. So all the people who say that Lindsay's being manipulative and cunning are going to be yelling at me. I can handle it. Don't worry. I can handle it. Psychosis is a break from reality. We'll ask Dr. G and the other mental health experts at 5 o'clock. I don't even want to opine on that since I'm not a psychologist. Akra here says it sounds like major depression and anxiety. Where do you draw the line? I mean, that's a great question. Where do you draw the line? I mean, are we the arbiters of what was going on in her mind? I mean, they're asking 18 jurors, 12 women, 6 men, 12 who will ultimately decide to do this. And this is why Tim Jansen has said from day one, he thinks there's going to be a hung jury. It sounds like this is going to be a very difficult case to get 12 people on the same page. Elizabeth Lacey here, NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity. In Massachusetts, it's just a little bit different. Not criminally responsible or criminally responsible. Mental health, I'll add a word here. Crisis is literally hell on earth. Yeah. I mean, I know I've had times in my life early on when I was trying to figure things out, and much more recently where you feel, I mean, I think everyone, unless you're, I don't know, superhuman, I think everyone feels like they've hit their limit at some point. They don't know if they can take it. And then you wonder, like, where's your mind going? How much more can I take? And now we were getting testimony about what was actually happening in her mind. And it's sort of a terrifying place. The mind can be a very, very scary place. The people against her are the prosecutors. This is so sad. Thank God Big K is kicking their arses from Leslie. This name always makes me laugh. Carm's BFF. We don't know what the jurors are thinking, so I don't know where this all is. All I know is this case is depressing me. I mean, it is terribly sad. It is awful. I have 3 kids. You all know that. The COE is an unbelievably good mom, but a strong mother. I mean, I know if I was a woman, I'd be terrified hearing this to try to have children. I mean, it's scary to think what your mind can do to you. Dr. G does testify in court as an expert witness. Again, he's locked in for 5 o'clock. They're on another, the judge said, oh, this will be super quick, but 3 witnesses testified. If you're just joining us, the Commonwealth arrested its case in chief. Thought they had a weak last witness, and Ian Whiffen, guy who works for Celebrite, the famed cell phone extraction company. He did the digital forensic work on some of Lindsay's phones and her Apple Watch, and gave testimony. It was sort of underwhelming. How come they didn't play that 911 call as a final bit of evidence from the Commonwealth? I don't know. The Commonwealth did say, however, that they are going to have a rebuttal case with their own witnesses. So this is definitely not over yet. And I'm not sure how many rebuttal witnesses the Commonwealth is going to bring, but man, this is just a depressing case. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to process it. Joel, will you please ask Dr. G why he said Lindsay, quote unquote, almost smiled when she had a mouth mint in her mouth? Yeah, please remind me to ask that. If I don't remember, there's a good chance I won't remember that. Janet stuttered, the mind is a scary place. And once you get tangled into that mind, it is a very frightening place. I can't help but think about my dad, who is a psychiatrist for his profession and no longer with us. But I remember being in my 20s and being very anxious and worried about what I'm going to do with my life and what am I going to do, and I'm feeling this way and I'm feeling that way. And he would always say that they're just feelings or just emotions, and it's like an ocean. You kind of ride the wave and then it passes by, or a roller coaster, and it's not, you know, the emotions feel real, the feelings feel very real, but they are transient in nature, and that helped me deal with it. But she was obviously dealing with much more severe thinking, and was totally wrapped in it and couldn't unravel herself. From June Mom here, interesting, the mother recalling the conversation. Patrick testified she never said she would harm the children. I have to go back. I'm not 100% sure about that, but that seems like a pretty valid point. Organized with Kayla here. I want to know what Patrick's reaction was to Lindsay saying out loud she was afraid she was going to hurt the children. Did he try and help her at all? I don't know if we're going to know that. I don't know if that's going to be asked. I don't know if he's coming back up. He was supposedly going to come back up as a defense witness. Virginia Fleck here, telling her family about her thoughts was a cry for help. I think that's definitely true. Our good friend Canine Catherine out in Maui, member for 37 months. That is awesome. It was pretty good advice from my dad. This is hard. It's hard because it's scary, and it's scary because it could happen to anybody. I think not just a woman, you know, any single person. You know, Phil Waters, the famous Houston homicide detective, our best guest, says anybody under the right circumstances, in the wrong mind frame or right mind frame, can commit a murder. People just get caught up in moments mentally, and then carry out physical actions. And it sure sounds like she was just mired in anxiety, in depression, and uncertainty. She also sounds like a woman who wanted perfection. To me, this is my own thought here. I'll get back to that in a minute. Happy Mima here, 999. Lindsay is guilty. She had professional help and saw dozens of doctors. If motherhood felt like a burden and caused depression, there were countless alternatives. Loving her kids doesn't erase what she did. Do I agree with you? Not 100%. Do I think it's a little harsh? Yes. Is she ultimately responsible? Yeah, I think she is. Can the mind be an awful place and act as a catalyst to help her do what she did? Yeah. Now I forgot what I was circling back to, but I guess it wasn't that important. But I was going to circle back. Some rando guilty as charged. A lot of people here with zero wiggle room for Lindsay Clancy. Here's another super chat. Joel CO and SCS family have missed many days. My beautiful dog died. This is awful. He was 13. Try to catch up now. Love from Northern Ireland. Condolences. Dogs are family. Cats are family. And I have felt a lot worse about my dog's passing than I have about relatives and human relatives. And that sometimes makes me wonder, am I okay? But I don't know. Deborah, with the flip side, she belongs in a mental hospital. I feel so bad for her. Usually there's, I don't know, another side. And here it's just awful no matter which way you go. Just awful. And you also have to wonder, I mean, does she have plans? Does she want to be here anymore? She's sentenced to life, whether she goes to a prison or she goes to a psych hospital. I don't know that I could forgive myself. Could you forgive yourselves? Could you forgive yourselves if you committed these killings? From Georgie here. Joel, if you were a juror, which way would you be leaning? What do you think your dad would think? That's a good call. Right now, I think I'm leaning toward, and what I say doesn't matter at all, but I'm leaning, as I said a moment ago, towards committal to a psych hospital. It just sounds by everything. I don't think you can send these texts and these messages and to various people at different times over a period of many months and have it be conniving and manipulative, knowing that your end goal was to unalive your 3 kids. It just doesn't add up. I mean, explain to me how that adds up. How can you be that cunning? I just don't see it. I know there are people that believe it, but you're asking me, so I'm telling you. This morning I said I didn't know. Right now, after hearing 3 witnesses, I think she might be better served in a psych ward and maybe there for the rest of her life. Is she dangerous? I mean, apparently Dr. Ann Burgess says she is dangerous. Would there be a part of me scared to be around her, sleeping overnight, knowing what she did? Yeah. But I don't know what that tells you. I don't know if that tells you she needs to be in a prison or she needs to be in a psych hospital. But Lori Diedrich here says professionals, meaning mental health experts, and I guess the judges, should decide her fate. David Gargamella believes this is a witch hunt, I saw him say, with the New Jersey sweatshirt. I would check myself into a psych hospital first, just like Lindsay Clancy did. I mean, you can't say that she didn't try. She did check herself in, and she was on this crazy concoction and cocktail of 13 different medications. And here you go. A lot of people feel this way. Her health professionals failed her. Sherry agrees with Joel. So thank you, I guess. This just is awful. I don't know how else to say it. It's just horrible. My dad really believed that everyone is ultimately responsible for their actions. But I wish he was here so I could ask him. I don't know what he would say, to be honest. I think the original him, and he I have to ask Harm. I think it'd be interesting to ask Harm, but his original training, I think he probably would have said prison, because he ultimately believes in choice, that humans have the choice, and she made the wrong choice. But some of his views on psychiatry changed over time. I'll ask Harm what she thinks. This is probably a pretty good overarching statement. Everyone failed those children. Do I blame the grandmother? No. Am I blaming the husband? I don't know. I don't know the answer. Could he have been? These conspiracy theorists who say he did it, I say you're nuts. Zero evidence of that. But could he have been a more supportive husband? Yeah. Could many of us be more supportive husbands? Yes. Did this lead to these killings? Was he so detached that it led? No, I don't think so. Janet stuttered. I definitely blame the husband before I blame the mother. I mean, for sure. I think the husband is closer at that point in terms of his relationship to the kids, obviously, but also in his daily dealings with Lindsay. Teen Bean here. Thought you were talking about my hair. I was getting upset, but a lot of gray area here, Joel. Life is not black and white. 100% agree. I guess the bottom line is there's no way to know. I mean, there's just no way to know. Could she be the most conniving, cunning person on earth and deliberately send all these? I mean, she would literally have to map this out, I think, in order to do that. Is it possible? Yeah. I don't know. Anything is possible. But it just sounds like she was destroyed mentally, and that the medications were exacerbating the destruction that already was occurring, and it all culminated into this awful ending. I'm not going to lie, I sort of want this thing to end soon because it's brutal. It is brutal. I'm covering after this a murder trial, a murder for hire, and sounds awful, but it's almost like, you want to cover a murder trial because I have definite feelings about the defendant, Shanna Gardner, in that case, right? Unless there's crazy evidence to prove otherwise there, but it's a lot easier in that case to take a side. I mean, are there a lot of people cheering if you know the Dan Markel Adelson story? A lot of people who are broken up over the fact that Donna Adelson's in sentenced to life in prison? No. She murdered her and is convicted of murdering her ex-son-in-law by hiring some thugs to kill him. She should rot in prison. This one is definitely much murkier. And Lanky, I don't mean... This is depressing, Joel. It sure is. It sure is. And it's a Monday. I don't like Mondays. I hate Mondays. Mondays in my book are always, they drag on. What is going on right now, by the way? It's now 1:20. They broke at 12:54 for lunch. And since 12:54, so last 26 minutes, they've been in some sort of sidebar, unless the pool camera forgot to go back to the judge, bring up the audio, and we missed everything. And they're actually on lunch, and I'm just sitting here talking. I have no idea what's going on right now. Zero idea. But now I am becoming paranoid that the pool cam operator just never went back to the judge, because he said it was going to be just a couple of quick minutes, and now it's 26 minutes later. Kelly's asking for the new studio. I've got to get through this trial. and then hopefully debut the new studio. I'm in the new office, which is adjacent to the new studio. So I'm close, but I'm not there yet. Is the judge chain smoking? If you missed this morning, someone said he's smoking or it's smoking, or I didn't know. I thought it was lingo. And then someone's like, no, the judge smokes. I have not been able to, Space Coast says, LOL, pool cam guy probably left to eat and just left the shot up with no audio, and they're probably all on lunch. What do we do, everyone? I don't want you to miss taking some lunch. They are on lunch, Joel. We never heard the judge say that they're going to recess. So let me sound like Judge Sullivan here and say, okay, let's do this. Let's all go take a lunch break. I'm going to take a lunch break. Going to be annoyed if Law and Crime says come back at 2, but the judge didn't say come back at 2. They were still taking care of things at a sidebar, but maybe it was super quick, and I've just been talking incessantly for no reason. That's very likely. So on this note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove myself. I'm going to grab a bite, and I will be back here right around 2 o'clock. I suggest you do the same. The stream will be up, so if the judge does come back to say we're going on lunch now, you'll see that. But if not, my guess is we're back around 2:15 today. We will have a wrap-up show at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you guys in a little bit.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, before we proceed with this, could I just see counsel briefly sidebar?
All right, we are back 2:15 on the eastern seaboard of the United States of America. And when we left off, it was Paula Musgrove, Lindsay Clancy's mother, who was on the stand under direct exam from Kevin Reddington and will now be crossed by the Commonwealth. This has been a sad, heavy day with this Lindsay Clancy testimony, as all 14 days have. You see here, ask and you shall receive. Got an overwhelming request from all of you guys to have Dr. G and or Dr. Ann Burgess. And guess what? You are getting both at 5 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Dr. Ann Burgess and Dr. G coming on at 5 p.m. Eastern tonight. So be here, please, for that. And as per usual, the only thing we're certain, death and taxes, is a sidebar the minute court convenes or reconvenes, which is what is going on here. But the Commonwealth is expected to cross-examine Paula Musgrove, who is Lindsay Clancy's mother. It was heartbreaking testimony, and the final thing she said was in December 2022, a month before these murders, almost to the day, that she was in the kitchen along with Lindsay and her son-in-law, then son-in-law, Patrick Clancy. I remember she said Lindsay was very nervous and says, "I have to tell you something," and says to both Patrick and Paula, "I have thoughts of harming the children," and the rest, as they say, is history.
All right, so we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Do you have some water up there?
I do, thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors.
That's Joe Krowski, who's the best guest in the back, blue suit, the esteemed silver hair, whitish hair.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Trudy Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably maybe earlier rather than mid-December, but I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
Okay. And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom. Would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
And then after that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." You remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, if you can look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You could have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277. Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She said she just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason I believe she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were, again, back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, ! I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Okay. And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
Looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, make it home okay, and you said, yep. Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, good, going to the Science Museum. You say, great, that will be fun, sleep good last night, and she said, I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good. Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30. Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun, the kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., good morning, how are you doing today? And Lindsay responded, good, at the gym with the kids. You said, nice, still sleeping good. And she responded, pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough. And you said, are you feeling any better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit. They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, okay, a little at a time. Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, how was your day later on in the day? And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi mom, doing all right, nothing new really, just taking it day by day. You said still feeling a little better, and she said a little bit. You said sleeping okay. She said not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, We texted so many times, daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily, so I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me.
Okay.
But again, if they were there, then we sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
Some belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? You asked about the little ones, and she said, all good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication?
Yes, I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Codder. Do you remember them going to the Cape Codder water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? Yes. And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically, I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says, a little bit. You said, still taking the same medication. She said, yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it. And she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Okay. Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out. And she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say, you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication-wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently. And the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together, and you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m., enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes. But again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay, she was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better, I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said yes, correct?
That's correct without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember 2 things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall 2 things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
What do you want? Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't mark?
Yes.
Oh, this is one. Oh, okay.
That's all right. I can check later. Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green and blue. Do you recall that this was introduced into evidence? Do you recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, was Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. Do you recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
10/23.
10/23. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, thank you. Okay. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to reoffer this in its entirety.
Let's see counsel sidebar, please.
All right. The judge doesn't like some of this line of questioning, going back on the text messages. The cross by the Commonwealth, just obviously going through favorable text messages to them, like from January 13th, which is 11 days before the killings. And Lindsay texts her mom, "I'm pretty good today. Went to the gym, just hanging out. January 14th, going well. It's yucky outside here. We had a good time at the Cape Cotter water park. We saw photos of that at one point. The mom kept saying, look, this is 3 years ago. I don't remember the exact verbatim of these text messages, but if you have the transcript, and I must have said it." And then she's asked about a day after the killings, January 25th, 2023, Paula Musgrove speaks to the police. Do you remember telling police that Lindsay was doing better after leaving McLean? I was pretty much in shock. And she said twice, at least, I can only recall 2 things from that conversation, and says I was in shock. What the 2 things are, Commonwealth never asked because I don't think they wanted the answer. And she never revealed it to the best of my knowledge. And now on redirect, Kevin Reddington is going back through some of the exhibits, and now the judge has called for a sidebar. Again, tonight, shout out to Swifty, new member. KJ in Boston doesn't like the Cape Cotter. Tonight, you've got Dr. Ann Burgess, the living legend, coming on STS, 5 p.m. Eastern time. And she will be flanked by Dr. G Explains from Dr. G Explains YouTube channel. He will be on with Dr. Ann. We'll go through what is the definition of psychosis. Did she know the difference between right or wrong? And is she still a danger to society? And get the experts' take on that. And hopefully the COE is pulling some clips from Dr. G. He's made a couple of videos, and we have permission to show those. So we'll pull a couple of those, maybe a couple of clips from the mom here, who is in the middle of testifying. Obviously, this can't be easy. The chat is not easy on any of these people. I don't know how anybody can blame the mother. It sounds like she was doing what she could. Maybe she didn't have the education that some of you have. Maybe she didn't know how to handle it. But I think this mom was doing the best she could possibly do under the grim circumstances. And from grim, we go to Grummy Lynn, gifting 1 surviving the survivor membership. Appreciate that. Or is it Groomy? I don't know. That's 1 M. So maybe Groomy, not Grummy. I have no idea. Sandra Weber, love Dr. Ann. She is the living legend, definitely a best guest. How are Mike and the dogs? Everyone is well. I've been upping their walks and trying to tire them out, because tired dogs are much happier dogs, and that's where we're at with Mike, Fred, and Ethel. They are on the mend. It is a Monday, 2:49 on the East Coast here, 2:49 in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And this judge had a case, LaTarsha Sanders, overturned, I think it was last week. So he's being extra careful with both sides here, and he just called this sidebar. So we are waiting on that to wrap up. From my crime time, I think this is something a lot of people think. Okay, so why no evidence of the really bad days? This woman had more help and opportunities and access to treatment more than the average person who didn't go on to kill their kids. She did, however. She's obviously an outlier. It sounds like, by all accounts, she was a good mother prior to all this. Can't say the same right now, but prior to this, it seems like she was a good mom. It's just all hard to explain. It is inexplicable, as they say.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right.
And that is it.
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please sit down. Thank you.
Mom Paula, done on the stand. She must be relieved. She was the third defense witness.
Yes. I call Dr. Welcome.
Husband giving a little pat on Paula's back. It has got to be one of the roughest things in the world to do. What is she thinking right now?
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and the Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So, generally, in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. And in those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone know what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases. Juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right? And I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right. All right, Mr. Rankin.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
Very what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene, and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is. You know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also, what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat, to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall, what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observed were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but...
Anything further?
Okay.
Next question.
Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
So she had 2 full-thickness lacerations, one on the left and one on the right.
What does that mean?
Means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1. And then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her second-story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground, or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board-certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Objection.
Can I see counsel at sidebar? Just
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
all right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
He was basically asking for his diagnosis. She objected, and I read it like, drop it. I'll drop it. And on we go here.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
No cross. Now another sidebar. That was Dr. Michael Wolfovich, an ER doctor. I have a good friend who's an ER doctor, and they've got a very difficult job. They see, obviously, a wide variety of really horrific injuries down to stub toes. So they see it all. He reviewed evidence, photos from the crime scene, as well as hospital records, and talked to her having to be intubated, going into full cardiac arrest, being tachycardic and unresponsive, and all these medical ailments, and also the fracturing of the spine. I'm surprised he still might be coming, but much more of like a spinal type expert. I don't know if that could be next for all we know. But a bit of an underwhelming defense witness. Don't think he added a ton that we didn't already know. And I don't think there's any doubt about the injuries to her and the fact that she had to be intubated and had this issue where she went into cardiac arrest. So maybe Kevin Reddington just underscoring that. This is the fourth witness of the day for the defense. Are we on to number 5 here? The big ones are still ahead. Dr. Philip Resnick and Dr. Margaret Spinelli. Those two still to take the stand. Please, if you haven't already, hit the like and subscribe button. We've got an active Patreon page, and at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the living legend, Dr. Ann Burgess, is coming on, along with Dr. G Explains from the hit YouTube channel. He is a certified and licensed clinical psychologist who also does body language and forensic analysis. He will join Dr. Ann Burgess at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. What is psychosis? They will answer that.
All right. Members of the jury, I told you it was going to be stop and start, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now for the day for you. I'm going to come back. I've got to talk to counsel about setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow, the plan would be, hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can. And we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you, talk about this case. Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise, please, for your section.
Jurors, this court in session. Please seated.
Hey, Counsel, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow. Not very long.
So they are sidebarring about scheduling for tomorrow. If you'll recall, today Kevin Reddington tried to get the so-called TikToker witness voir dired. It didn't work out today. Sounds like they might do that tomorrow. She is the person who worked at McLean at the mental hospital up to a year before Lindsay Clancy ever entered, but she essentially on social media, on TikTok, cried out to say this is an awful place with horrible care in so many words. And so Kevin Reddington got word about that, I think, mid-trial and reached out to her through his investigator. And as a result, they're going to voir dire this potential expert witness and see if they can bring her in. I think she was a nurse of some sort at McLean, but there's got to be a voir dire. Could be that the judge does not allow her testimony in. If you see here, this is a COE. Love STS. Love you back. Don't forget to join our YouTube membership. There you go. These are worse than bankers' hours, much worse. Good question here, and I was wondering the same. I'm curious why the mother is allowed to sit in the courtroom if she was going to be testifying. I was wondering the same thing. I don't know. I guess they make exceptions for family, especially parents of the defendant. I just don't know. If anyone has the absolute answer, please let us know. Joe Simpson said, do these trials take a toll on you? I think they take a toll, meaning me. I don't really matter, but I think they take a toll on everybody. So I encourage everybody, if you're really diving deep into this, said it a million times, I don't like Mondays in general. It's hard for me to get going. The COE and I also have a really bad habit for some reason on Sunday nights of never being able to go to bed early. So we start the week behind the 8 ball. Thank you to Groomy or Grummy Lynn. I already brought this one up, but feel free to bring them back up, COE. I think everybody's just got to, this takes a toll emotionally on anybody who's a human being. Mary Mack did not see this. When I first stumbled upon STS, Charlie Adelson's trial, I kept seeing people chat about how great this channel was, and I thought, yeah, it's okay. The host kind of blows, but I was wrong. It's great, and they do have the best guests. Much love to STS. Thank you, Mary Mack, for keeping an open mind. I appreciate you being here. Susan says, I hate Mondays too. I'm not the only one. It's just hard. It's hard to get going, and then I get going usually. But yeah, I think this trial in particular is awful. Carm did call, and I said to Carm, she's kind of tired and worn out. I said, what would Dad say, my dad was a psychiatrist, about prison versus the psych hospital? And she said, he would have said, and I kind of agree with this, does it really matter? It basically amounts to the same thing. Legally, I know it doesn't, because if you go to a psych hospital, you're going to have the chance to get out. You're going to be looked over by doctors and healthcare officials and a judge who's going to determine your fate. But the point is, she's got a very rough road ahead of her. You can see it all over her. She is destroyed by what she did. I don't think there's any faking that. I don't think there's any chance, if you put her back in society tomorrow, that she's going to be this happy-go-lucky, wow, I got rid of my kids, I'm so thrilled to be back here, and I got away with it. Do not get that vibe from her at all. It seems like the enormity of what she did has hit her, has hit her family. Her mom is devastated. You could see, without shaming in any way, just a factual statement, just the aging and the wear and tear this has taken on her mom. You can see it in her face. She looks exhausted and tired, and can't blame her. And anyway, that was the answer that Carm gave me. Carm would like to weigh in on this. Carm had an interesting answer, which I will leave for now and let her give it to you. I told her that you will get hate mail for this answer. She says, I don't care. So I'll try to get her on maybe this Friday if she's down to get down, as Steve Cohen would say. But right now, there is a short little sidebar, which isn't so short, going on. It is 3:16 here. The jurors have been dismissed for the day. They'll be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to get some of the big hitter experts. And this is moving kind of quickly. It is Monday. I asked you earlier in the day, do you think this goes into next week? What do you guys think? There's going to be a rebuttal with witnesses from the Commonwealth. Do you think this goes into next week? What do you think? I was toying with the idea of going up for closings and verdict watch. I would have to get clearance from the COE. She's the air traffic controller. I'm the airplane. I can't take off without her permission. Although lately there have been a lot of planes taken off without air traffic control permission. From Ivy Cape, thanks SCS for your coverage of this trial. It's an important subject, and you really need all the details to understand what happened. Not sure we'll ever really know the why. I agree with you. I just don't know that I don't even know if we know, after all this time, what the burden is here for sure. I mean, I think we know, but we're going to have to wait again for the judge's instructions. The bottom line is, was she criminally responsible or not criminally responsible? But how do you get there is beyond me. I have no idea. I'm just glad I am not sitting on this jury. For sure, this is a family tragedy, no doubt about it. Judy Free says next week, think if neither party objects, they allow family to sit in the gallery prior to testifying. There you go. And I'm sure they said, your mom, you can sit in. I'm sure that's probably the case. Nah, he'll finish by Thursday. Someone just said, how can there be any witnesses left for the Commonwealth to call? I don't know. If they didn't take so many breaks from Space Coast and sidebars, it could have been over last week. Good point. Cape Town, South Africa, it is 21:20 there. What is that? Is that 11? I don't even know what that is. 9? Is that 9? Is that 9:20? Yeah, 9:20, I think. Shout out to Emil Cho. Welcome to Emil in Cape Town, South Africa. Good distance away. Tassie here. Joel, the jury is being tasked with providing a black and white verdict in a case that is many shades of gray. Agree? Yes, your cat is gray as well. And ironically, my pug Mike is a shade of gray. Really lilac, so they say. Yeah, I think it is. There are a lot of very blurry lines here, and you can't get inside the mind of human beings. So I don't know. I do not know, but time will tell. And eventually, here's another question. How long does this jury deliberate? Does this go on for several days? What do you all think? Another Cape Towner is in the house here. Maria is the last part of it. I'm not even going to try because I don't want to screw it up. But also watching from Cape Town. Israel, 10:20 p.m. in the evening. The prosecution has the burden. Yes, they do. 10:20 in the Holy Land. That is where Carm is at the man. And here you go. My Mom is also a victim. 100% true. The mom is the victim, and I see people taking shots at the mom in the chat. That is not okay. I am shocked the parents have made $800,000. There is a GoFundMe that has been set up to help the parents. I don't think that they are overly well off. She worked for Weight Watchers. He did school photography. She said, I cannot imagine the expenses. They also had to move. From Connecticut to Massachusetts to be there for her and pay a lot of legal expenses. Quite honestly, I don't know how this is being paid for. I don't know that they would have the means for that. Someone's saying 5 minutes for a verdict. I really highly doubt that. Germany, it is 9:20 as well. Shout out to our German brothers and sisters. Rhode Island is in the house. Johannesburg, South Africa. And no, it's the same person. I thought we had two from Johannesburg, South Africa. But look at it, 3-hour tops. You guys really think that the deliberations are going to be quick on this? I feel like deliberations could go for a week on this. But what do I know? I know nothing. I don't think it's going to be that quick, but I have no idea. Ironically, if it comes back quick, tell me if you agree or not. If they come back in, let's say, 3 hours, I think it's going to be in favor of Lindsay Clancy, not the Commonwealth, and it's usually the other way around. These guys are completely sold. I think it's going to be that she belongs in a psych hospital. What do you all think? Also, did the pool cam forget about us again? This happened at lunch where they said they were having a brief meeting, and I just kept talking until I realized that court was recessed for the day. However, as you see there, it does not say court is recessed for the day yet. Typically, the judge will, officially end proceedings for the day. That has not happened yet. Nikolov, a quick verdict is the best. There's been zero evidence she had postpartum psychosis. I want to go over that today because I don't even know, to be honest, if that's the burden. That's what I'm confused about. The burden is, was she criminally responsible or not criminally responsible? Do you have to, in other words, does she have to be in a state of psychosis for her to not be criminally responsible? Because our person who had postpartum psychosis on the show said you can be lucid. So then how do you know if you're in psychosis or not? But I hear what you're saying. I love that a lot of people just call me Josh, which I like. Don't get me wrong, but it is Joel. But a lot of people, for whatever reason, it's like where the brain goes with Joel, it goes to Josh. So many people call me Josh, and I usually just don't even correct them because why do I really care? Sort of irrelevant in the scheme of things. Life, Oscar Wilde once said, is too seriously to be taken seriously. And then you look here. This is the greatest news anchor possibly of all time, Walter Cronkite. He's been dead a long time. And how many people do you think actively think about Walter Cronkite on a daily basis? Maybe if you go to the Cronkite School of Journalism, but even then, none of those kids know who Walter Cronkite is. I'd be saying like it's like the Waldman School of Journalism. No one, they're like, okay, it's named after some guy named Waldman. The people, 98% of the people who go to the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism probably don't even know who he is. My point is this: Mike Tyson was once asked by a teenager, what do you want your legacy to be? And he kind of yelled at her. I felt bad, but he's like, what do you mean legacy? He goes, I'm just going to die. I have no legacy. I'm a boxer and I'm going to be dead pretty much forever. I know not everybody believes that, but why did I bring that up? I don't know. Sometimes we all take ourselves too seriously, too serious to be taken. Life is too serious to be taken seriously. Guess you got to do the best job. Space Coast, I have no idea who that reporter dude is. Speaking of Walter Cronkite, there you go. He's making my point. Space Coast ain't that young anymore, unless he's talking about someone else. I don't know. Tammy does know Walter. I just don't know. I just think that this is a tragedy. And someone said I look like a Josh. I guess I could look like a Josh. I just look at this. Anita Margarita now. I'm still not convinced either way. Look, I don't know that we're going to get to a place in this trial where you're like, whoa, I have made up my mind. Like because it's 50 shades of gray, not that kind of gray, 50 shades, but you get what I'm saying. It is a very gray zone. I don't know. I mean, the people who want her to go to prison are going to want her to go to prison. I don't know that anything is going to sway those people. And the people who believe she should be in a psych hospital are probably going to be in a psych hospital. My Angels here says, look at this. She named him after her kids. My Angel's 5. I have 5 children and am very aware of postpartum depression, but still do not feel we have evidence of postpartum psychosis. Here's my question again. Do we have to get to postpartum psychosis in order to send her to? Everyone is assuming that, I guess, but is that the threshold? Is that the threshold? Someone please remind me to ask Ann and Dr. G that. Like, could she never get to postpartum psychosis and still be sent to a psych hospital by this jury? It's criminally responsible or not criminally responsible. What if she was so depressed and just, I don't know, couldn't function in society, but didn't have postpartum psychosis? I'm not 100% sure on that. So that's why I'm asking you. This is no truer quote than this. Everyone has a plan until they get hit in the face or the mouth. That is true. That is a Mike Tyson quote. And then here we go from Gilbert. There is plenty of evidence of postpartum psychosis. I guess it's who you're depending on your definition of postpartum psychosis. If you're listening to the woman who was on my show who had postpartum psychosis, I think there's been plenty of evidence. If you're expecting postpartum psychosis to be babbling and drooling in a straitjacket in the corner of a rubber room, I don't think we're getting to that point at all. It's just not happening. It is just not happening. Emmy Nikolov, our great mod who reminds people to like and sub, she says a fast verdict. And I think correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't a fast verdict here favor Lindsay Clancy? What do you think? Yes or no? What the hell is this judge doing right now? It's a Monday. I got to prep the 5 p.m. show. COE, can you send me the thumbnail, please, for the 5 o'clock show? People ask me, like, what do you do after these long days or these depressing trials and then a depressing show? I usually just go home and stare into space, which is what my dad did after seeing 13 psychiatric patients a day every day. My dad would just sit at the dinner table with us. And, what do you know when you're 10 years old? Nothing. You have no idea what your dad's doing all day. But now I have more respect for my dad. He saw all these patients, and occasionally he would just have a conversation with himself. He would do like one of these things a lot, like he was thinking to himself. Poor guy, man. Poor guy. He was born into the Great Depression, saw people selling pickles on the corner for a penny. Was terrified of never making a dollar. His dad could barely eke out a living. You know what my grandfather did? He didn't sell. He made plastic inserts for wallets back in the day when there were actually wallets and not iPhones. But when people carried wallets and you put photos into plastic inserts, that was my grandfather. My grandfather was missing 2 fingers on his left hand, slicing them off in a plastic cutter. But he could hold an apple in that hand and peel it in one peel. And he was the sweetest man, Grandpa Milton. Man. Grandpa Milton, this is so weird. My grandfather, it is 2026, I'm not that old. My grandfather, Spacey is going to have a field day with this one. My grandfather, I'm a great-grandfather, but my grandfather was born in 1896. My grandfather. I have a weird family because this is my grandfather, 1896. He had my dad late. Especially for those days. And my dad had me late, 36 for those days. And I guess that's how you get there. But there are no 3 children I don't think in the world. If anyone knows of 3 children ages 12, 10, and 7, whose grandmother, not great or great-great-grandmother, but just grandmother is a child Holocaust survivor, let me know. I think my kids take the award for being the youngest kids in the country. I'm going on my own sidebar here, but I think my kids are the youngest kids in the world who have a direct grandmother who is a child Holocaust survivor. I don't think you would ever find kids that young whose grandparent, unless they're like me and got married super late and had kids late and all that. But, well, look at this. My grandpa was born in 1889. What Liquid.com's not telling you is that she's 99. No, I have no idea how old she is. Someone's telling Anita Margarita to choke margaritas. Is this sidebar ever ending or no? No. They might also have the oldest dad. Not even close. That's what's great about living among some of the wealthy in Miami. I'm not even close. I won't mention names, but there's a dad I know well whose grandchildren are like 10 years older than his latest son.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And he's got like 20 years on me.
All right. Anything else you should address before tomorrow morning, Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington? All right, so I appreciate everybody's patience and work on this morning and this afternoon. So we'll be in recess on this matter till 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Robert De Niro, a new dad in his 80s. Is that fair to the kid? Like, you're Robert De Niro's son. Okay, you're going to inherit a lot of money, maybe. But is it fair to the kid, Bobby D? Is it fair to the kid? I'm just asking. I'm not judging. Is it fair to have a kid when you're in your 80s and you're going to be alive? I mean, Bobby D might make it to 100. He seems like he's pretty spry. I have no idea. We are doing... Why did they break early? Because they break early every day in this trial. Every minute there's a break in this trial. I don't quite get it. COE, just incidentally, the lights in this room after being in here for 2 weeks are now completely out. I'll be good because we're doing an early show, but eventually we will have to get some light bulbs. And they're weird looking light bulbs. So eventually we will have to do that. Someone said they are judging. So let me see here. And this is Bonfire. Bonfire is judging. Can't get to it. It keeps skipping me by here. I'm judging. Having a baby at 80 is insane. I would agree. Let me tell you, I wouldn't want to do that. Already, as is, I'm never retiring. I've yet to see an official. Someone remind me to ask this question, but must we see a postpartum psychosis for her to be not criminally responsible? It's out there as a thing, but must we see that? I don't know. Someone remind me to ask that later. Tammy Martin saying nice haircut. It was haircut day for my son's first day of school tomorrow. Oh my God, it's first day of school tomorrow. I'm supposed to go to that. Okay. I've got to prep for the show. 5 o'clock Eastern time. Dr. Ann Burgess. You see Frankie Figs here. Love Frankie Figs. What is that? Is that a dog in a hoodie? It's like a dog in a hoodie. It's cool, whatever it is. Dr. Ann Burgess and Dr. G live 5 o'clock. This is your show as much as mine. Come with questions. We will ask Dr. G and Dr. Ann Burgess all the questions you want to know. Be here at 5 Eastern. I'm going to set it up right now. Follow me on Twitter at Podcast STS. I know it's called X right now, at Podcast STS. And on Instagram at Surviving the Survivor, on TikTok at Surviving the Survivor. Please like and subscribe. And when someone cuts you off in traffic, think of this guy. Will it really matter in 100 years? Will it really matter in 50 years? Will it? He's the most trusted man in news. Not that you can't trust him now, but He's not here to be trusted. Where is Walter Cronkite? That's what I would like to know. Where is Walter Cronkite right now? Please let me know. On that note, love you, America. Love you, Plymouth, Massachusetts, and that big rock. And don't forget, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. They are the victims here. And whatever happens, they are the ones to be named and remembered. I'll see you all 5 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you. Like and subscribe on the way out.